That'd be awesome. What's up, Shayo? Got a lot of CK work to do today. So we'll see how much of it I can do. Pictures on my phone that I need to look at as well. Can't take a screenshot in game right now. For some reason. I need to figure that out. So I've been taking screenshots on my phone of the console because I didn't want to win Shift S every single time. So some of these I lost the context for, which is unfortunate. It's a lot of cells. You guys are sleeping. This is nuts. Where did this get moved to? Let's see if I can get a scenery texture that's consistent. Looks fine to me. There we go. I don't know why my fence texture isn't appearing in the CK. Actually, I think I do know why it's not appearing in the CK. Think about it for more than 2 seconds. Annoying, though. Please don't be under the map. is also under the map. Any of this stuff not under the map. I don't really care if it's not under the map. It does not seem like it. A seam? That is a seam. So is this 8.5? Oh, that's just 8.5, okay. Oh, the CK. I hate the CK sometimes. The data I actually want. Another seam. No, that's a wall. Not under the map. I played The Witcher 3. Not really. I played like I played like 12 hours of The Witcher 3 years ago. And then I got bored, so I stopped playing. Need to adjust my tolerance settings for that. I mean, I didn't stop playing it because it was slow. I just stopped playing it because, like, I just didn't have a lot of interest in actually finishing the game. These are all undergrounds. Oh, this sucks. Love the CK. Unity? I've never worked in Unity. I've watched my friend work in Unity a bit, but stock mod? No. I mean, yeah, no. It'd be a lot of work to make that work as like it would be a lot of work to make the Project JKJ work as playable races because you'd have to actually like build out the race compatibility. Custom races don't work super well. Would this count as a Jewish mod list? Yeah, I think Apostasy is actually technically a Jewish mod list. It's not an Israeli mod list though. I will not elaborate further on what I mean. Having Jewish before something that makes it funnier. I agree. It's goofy as fuck. No, it's like close enough. Have I ever built my own mod? I've built a dungeon before. I will never do it again. I hate level design, and it is not one of my... It's not one of my strong suits. But I've built a dungeon before. I built Follow-on Start Room, which I would consider almost a dungeon. But no, I really dislike doing level design stuff, so I don't do level design stuff very often. Stuff. I know how to make weather patches. Yeah. Use Xedit. Load up Xedit, look at conflicts. Should be able to do it. Probably not something I'll get into anytime soon, though. Weather records are kind of a mess. Just because there's a lot of stuff on them. They're not like... They're not that complicated once you actually start like looking at them and trying to understand the variables. But there's a lot of like... It's a lot of variables on weather. It's also something you have to like test in game a lot. Make sure that what you're doing actually looks good. rest of the stuff. Yeah, nav mesh is like, I'll probably end up doing some nav mesh today. It's one of those things I don't think is very hard, but it's very tedious, and it requires you to know what you're doing and be in the right like mindset to deal with it. Otherwise, nav mesh gets really confusing and really frustrating quickly. I will say nav meshing interiors is a lot worse than nav meshing exteriors. So I'm gonna take a guess and say 5, 6, 7. And then this should be 7, 8. Should be undeleted. So my thing with so interior and exterior nav mesh has like slight differences. Exterior is more annoying because you need to make sure cell boundaries line up. And you get a lot more complicated when it comes to like edge cleaning, and cover rules and all that. Interior is more frustrating for me because the scene is smaller, right? The scene is smaller and more cramped. The other day I was tweaking nav mesh in the Thalmor Embassy. And it's really frustrating in my opinion to tweak nav mesh in a cramped location like that. So that's my thing. That's the thing that really gets me, I guess. So, I mean, it really depends. So, like, nav meshing interiors is probably easier because there's less rules. The only thing you have to really worry about is door markers, and door markers are very easy, frankly. Like, they're not really that complicated whatsoever because it's just make sure the door marker is mostly or entirely on one triangle, and then finalize the cell. But if you're like me and get claustrophobic when working in like tighter interior spaces, then it's really annoying. I guess the other bonus is interiors usually render faster, which makes them like less nauseating to move around in terms of like how quickly the camera, or like in terms of how the camera will jitter. But again, they're claustrophobic, so you know, there's a trade-off there. It kind of depends. Yeah. Let's see. 11, 2, 11, 2, 2, 2, 2. Generally, don't see our landscape records like this. Don't recommend it. Actual no grass. Actual no grass. Actual no grass. Yeah, I don't know. I think there might be some preference to it as well. But I do have it as a master. Okay, good. $624, perfect. Just the cell I was looking for. Where was that scene? Interesting. I know it was right there, so maybe it's fixed by the CR. Might be fixed by the CR. I use BFCO. No, I use MCO. BFCO has BFCO has some issues that make me not want to use it. Ooh, that was not what I wanted to do. Can't tell. Is this Snowdrift? That's Snowdrift. Okay, that's not a Sam. Awesome. Where's my time of day setting? Did it get moved? So this must have got fixed by CR. Cool. Yeah, the water combat and the jump attacks I wanted to mess with, but there's a few fixes that exist in the fork of MCO I use that are not present in BFCO. And unfortunately, they're very noticeable fixes that I would like to have. So. Is this not master? No, it doesn't. It really should master that. So. Got to make that a master. It's an oopsie. Just... Let's go check in-game and make sure that's fixed before I move on to something else. I did add CS for now, because CS has a really good profiler tool. It doesn't have ENB's wireframe, which I'm kind of sad about, or if it does, I don't know how to use it. And Vanilla's wireframe is really bad, but the actual like profiler for checking frame times and draw calls is really good. So I have CS in my build right now. I don't know if it will stay in the build when this is finished, but it's in the build at the moment because it's just better than ENB's profiler tool. Magic rework's still a thing. It's still on the to-do list. If it gets cut, it gets cut, but it's still on the to-do list, and it's something I really would like to do. Magic is just a lot of work. It's a lot of assets. It's a lot of plugin work. And it's a lot of design decisions that have to be made early on, I think. Which is one of the bigger issues, obviously, is making the correct design decisions, because I'm in favor of doing, like, you get flames at novice, and then you don't get another version of flames. You get you get like flames at novice and then firebolt at apprentice, and then you don't get another version of firebolt or flames later on, like you do in vanilla, where you get like incinerate, or like you do in mysticism, where you get greater flames, and then Nightgate is not it. Wind Peak is Dawnstar. I'm blanking on the term. I'm blanking really hard on the term.
Come on in.
But the lighting is not great.
I like that look in your eye. I see. I'll be here.
What was I saying? Yeah, magic is a lot of work. I have a draft for it somewhere. But does CS not save my settings? I don't think CS is saving my settings. Probably because I didn't set it to save settings. Terrain tiling fix, awesome. The issue is that it hurts my eyes. Because it's very obvious, and it makes the terrain look fuzzy and gross, and it's very obvious, and it hurts my eyes. I have weak eyes, as you can tell by me wearing glasses, perhaps. So, right, that is fixed. Dark Souls Land, I don't. Wait. I think I saw something about that a while ago, but I have not kept up with it whatsoever. Because it doesn't really interest me, to be honest. What do you mean I can't tweak the landscape fix? I was double checking that. So the issue I had is that there was a gap between the landscape cell of, I think that's 625 and 624. And it's because the height data for the two cells was different because they were done in different patches. So what I did was I forwarded one patch and then I checked it in the CK, and then it didn't exist in the CK. So I loaded it in game just to make sure that it was fixed. Why did I do this one? I made a lot of these patches yesterday when I was just CRing landscape, but I didn't actually like load them up in the CK yet to like look at them and see if they actually needed to exist for some reason. So a lot of these are like, didn't save the right one. A lot of these are just gonna be like mix and matching the two patches correctly. But yeah, the issue with magic is that if I do magic, then I also want to do enchanting, and if I do enchanting, then I also want to do alchemy, and if I do enchanting, then I also want to do artifacts, because magic and enchanting are very similar, are very related systems, right? And then artifacts are also very related to enchants. And alchemy and enchanting use the same like general controller backend to function, so they're also like very interconnected related systems. So that's the problem that I'm running into, where I feel like if I do one system, then I need to do all of the downstream systems. I mean, that's just a lot of work. So, we'll see. We will see. This might also. I'm not seeing any issues. I will say it's a lot easier to work in snowy landscapes because you have a lot less landscape textures to worry about generally than it is to work in like Valkyrie, Whiterun area specifically, because there are so many grass textures for those areas. This looks fine to me. Don't see any seams. Try to look at some of these and make sure and see if they actually need to be fixed, because I think some of these aren't actually editing height data, which is the main thing that I would need to fix and look at. And they might just be editing landscape painting, and if that's the case, then that's fine. They don't need that much work done for them. I think generally that will be the case. I just wasn't smart enough to write that down in advance, so. Height map is good. Height map is good. Height map is good. Why did I make this patch? I actually have no idea why I made this patch. I think there was a reason for it, but I don't know what it was. It's because there's seams regularly over here. But that might be with specific comboing, so this patch can go. Height map is fine. Height map is fine. What we'll do is this. Use these.
Tell me this is who you are. They tell me I've got something more, and oh, you could be loved.
I wish alt-click actually opened all the fucking drop-downs. It's so annoying that it doesn't open all the drop-downs. And it closes them when you... Oh. So... Let's count these real quick. Already been streaming for 15 minutes. NOR, let's via JK. I do know that my Whiterun Hell patch needs to be fixed, so I'll look at that in a minute. I need to see if the height map is still valid. think this is just like editing a position of a lantern or something. Double check. I have some CK work I want to get through. And then I think I'm either going to do armors and outfits and NPCs, or I will do maybe texture stuff. I don't know if you guys have a preference, or if there's any specific stuff you guys want to see. I can try to cater to that. Both sound interesting. Okay. You'll probably see a good bit of CK work today. Why did I edit this? Was this just swapping them? This might have just been swapping the static here. Oh, I need to run one of my plugins through QAC. I forgot to run plugins through QAC. So which one of these did I? This one I did not run the QAC. Let's start. Add this so I don't get assaulted in the inn again. Assaulted in the inn again. My MO2 would not lock up when I start downloading a mod. That'd be awesome. Do I make Vigilant require Dakota? I think no. I think I don't make that a requirement so that people don't have to do Dakota to play Vigilant. But then I recommend that they do Dakota to play Vigilant. That makes more sense to me. Even though some people don't want to do Dakota. That's fine. That's why I got rid of the Vigilant requirement on Unslawed. I need to look at all of these patches again. Because I ripped these patches from Live Apostasy because I was not going to go and do those again. So. Any updates on Nexus while my exit it loads? Doesn't look like it. Fire. 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 Ugly, ugly ivy. So this can get yeeted. This is chill. This is fine. I will keep my edits. I like my edits.
I was looking for you in the garden. The shadows under the trees perforated night skies. I found it hard to see in the glare. The only response to a call was the rustle of leaves, birdsong. Your name diffusing through the undulations in the air. The kitchen doors were open. I checked the fridge before continuing. Skipping stairs was a stretch, but still a habit. Years later, a couple lanes away from where we lived, I watched an asteroid break up on entry. Bright limbs streaking across a black sky. What were the chances? Miracles unfolding overhead. Drinking in the park. I could never explain the pit in my stomach. Frantic, nervous, racing through the house.
think I can yeet this patch?
The unbrushed belief when my friend died decades later that subconscious echoes
I
carried
don't
on
think it
through.
needs to exist anymore. So,
But it never rears its head when it can be reasoned with.
uh,
The world ends on a quiet weekend, not through diagnoses, emergencies,
keep
collapses.
those.
Although I hate thinking that memories bend.
Keep that.
Cars were still parked outside.
That.
If the rapture had happened, why was it unrecognizable? Why was the sky blue?
Keep
Why did no one
that.
tell me? Did these things not announce themselves? And when I found you, you told me to wash my hands. I'd been playing outside and spoke nothing of the end of the world. Does that mean it never happened?
What do you mean it doesn't exist? I know myself. JK's Thieves Guild. I should have checked my. I gotta check my Whiterun patch. Which one of these is? That one. It broke up my loader really weirdly. Now I'm suffering for it. That's from I don't know where this. That's from I don't know where this. That's not. Should have named that better. Unlucky. Gotta go through audio at some point and tweak it. Is that a plugin? No. This. This has to have a plugin, right? Yeah. Should be under. Is there a hour? Time to check the Whiterun patch. There's a hype map at it. Is it not mastered? It literally is mastered. What? Might be easiest just do a rundown here. It's gonna be hell. All these hit maps. Oh no. I edited these height maps too. Oh, that's why. need to do a rundown of the run exterior 14. I also need to do. Nope. 8, 5, 8, 5, 8, 5, 8, 5. It's -5. So it should be. Oh, that's why. Of course. Nope, not what I'm looking for. There it is. Quick run of those in game. Breakout CK. Who pinged me? The CS hair shader is kind of... It has some issues. I think it needs tweaking maybe. I have not spent like any time, but like the like rim lighting effect almost around the hair is really annoying. Wish I could make the fucking profiler smaller. Big fan of how my 10 gigabyte graphics card is said to have less than 8 gigabytes of VRAM. It's really awesome. I need to remember that survival mode auto enables itself. So I think I got scammed on Silicon Lottery with my fucking card. thought I fixed this. 1323. Swear I fixed that seam already. Missions. You stop trying to change my load order. Waste the shit out of me. Awesome. Thank you, CK, for not actually hiding the tree. That's fucking fire. It's third 02, and that's third 0. There we go. It's not clicking on the picture I wanted to. I don't actually want to redraw this whole road, so I'm going to look and exit it for that one real quick. Fix 132. That's why I didn't fix it. Okay, so it's under the thing. That's why I couldn't fix it before. I swear I looked at this and I like... Oh, I think I remember what happened. I came in here and I looked at it and I couldn't find it, so I deluded myself into thinking it was fixed when it wasn't. I think that's what actually ended up happening. Forward a thing for that one landscape, because I am not going to redraw that entire road. It sounds fucking miserable. fix some seams in that already. I would have just lost those there. Double check it. Fire. I know the artist permissions for this music. I can go to Oblivion music. That was the wrong way to go. Might actually be the only reason I touched this cell was that fucking edit. That makes it much easier. There were some things I wanted to get rid of. I need to fix a bridge. What's the mesh? S bridge 01. S bridge 01. S bridge 01. A fun little bug. I have a good screenshot of it. This is a great example of why texture sets are terrible and why they suck. Because the issue here is that this is like the vanilla Solitude bridge model that a bunch of mods edit, and so this is Lux Orbis's mesh, and Lux Orbis's mesh breaks Northern Roads texture set, and I don't actually think it's patched in the Lux Orbis Northern Roads mod, which it really should be, frankly. Probably because I don't know why actually. But it breaks the texture set, and that We're gonna fix the texture set now. Fix that. I will use the CK4 because fixing texture sets is much easier in the CK unless I want to go open the CK to do it, and then I know E962. So I think the main place I want to get rid of this is here. Here. Which is here. I'll leave Mark Hearth for now. Get rid of it in Solitude. I will leave it on Skyhaven Exterior for now. It should be this entire section. If I remember correctly, this breaks the alpha, or has like a really scuffed alpha. Looks really bad, so just eat it. We will just eat it. Let's go. Stickers. Is there another thing I needed to do? Did I forget something? I don't think I forgot something. I think I'm good. Fix the texture set. Next. Dude, what the fuck? Holy hell. How is Smim's mesh for this so unoptimized? Jesus Christ. I'm gonna move this here just so I make sure it's always winning, so I don't have to do this again. Meshes, architecture, solitude. Solitude S. Page 01. God damn, that Smim mesh having 10 times the verts of Lux Orbis's mesh is crazy. That's actually terrible. Uh, I want to make a patch for 360 wards. I have not looked at 360 wards. I do not know. You can probably just, if it has a mysticism patch, you can probably just use the mysticism patch. I don't make a lot of changes towards, or any changes towards, that I can think of off the top of my head. I will probably be looking at 360 ward stuff in the next update. The mod permissions for it are weird. Considering that I don't actually think it does anything besides use Kitty's mesh. But I'm gonna look into it because I am curious how they did it. And yeah. If it has a mysticism patch, you can probably just use the mysticism patch and it'll probably work. It's yes. Oh, I hate texture sets. Why can't I make this stupid window larger, man? Are you serious? CODN landscape. We'll do this manually. We'll do it manually. Fuck it, we ball, we do it manually. I'm not doing that shit, and I failed to consider the amount of parts that bridge was gonna have. Fuck it, we ball. Is it sideways? Why is it sideways on the plane, man? 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Please, 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 please. Oh. COTN Landscape Roadstone 01. COTN Landscape Roadstone 01. Alright, now I need S Bridge. So we will remove two, I remove this? No. Okay, that's not what I wanted to do. I just delete it? Oh, you can't. Okay. Fire. Okay. Oh, now we go check that in game and pray I did it correctly because I hate texture sets and so does literally everyone else. They are one of the worst things that exist. What are my system specs? 7800X 3D 3080. My 3080 is 10 gigabytes. But CS says it's... Oh no, now it says it's 9. I don't know why CS was saying my... Oh, nope, it's back to 8. I don't know why it's saying my card is 8. I want to buy a new GPU so bad, man. I've had to RMA my card already. So I... Fire... I don't actually know the command for that. So we see Solitude, Dogs, 01, 02. Well, that's close enough. Why is it being weird?
Every one of them.
Why is the texture set not applying correctly? Oh, I know why it's not applying correctly. God damn it. I use I default. I do not I do not fuck with undervolting, overvolting. No, 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 fuck. God damn it. Motherfucker. Accidentally hit spacebar. I'm arguing with Noah right now. What was I doing? What was I doing? Oh yeah, texture set. Where is the original bridge mesh? I need to actually see. See the part of this. I stupid? I might be stupid. Marginally frustrating. $136. I see. I see. Yay, texture sets. Woohoo! So, oh. Damn, I thought I'd still have it copied. Unlucky for me. I have to actually edit the mesh and remove the fucking road cobbles. I have to check. Now it's a plugin. Oh, that's what you want to do. That makes more sense. So these should be null texture sets. And this should be... That makes more sense, actually. Not completely. I missed a spot. God damn it. When did I miss? Aw, I don't think I actually missed that one. Double check, I guess. A 30-minute fucking trial to fix one mesh. Because I keep missing one part of the mesh. Awful. Switch my laundry over to. Oh. I swear I... Oh, I didn't. I literally I actually missed it. Okay. Now it should work. Surely, 4th, 5th? Surely 3rd time's the charm. Fire. Okay. Now that that's done, we can move on to something fun. What is the something fun? Alright. We can do NPCs and outfits. We can do some texture stuff so that when I load up my game it doesn't look like shit. I still need to do Morthal. I still need to do Falkreath. I still need to do Orc Strongholds. I still need to do Dungeons. I need grass. I don't have grass yet. It's a lot of stuff to do, man. I need to work on gameplay stuff. Oh, it's so much stuff. It is so much stuff. I need to add that to my to-do list as well. Gross. Gross, 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 gross. Okay. I need wood textures. I really need wood textures. So if I have to keep looking at mismatched wood textures, I'm gonna go insane. So I have. This actually goes under mesh improvements. Grab some mesh fixes that I need. did not download. Let's drop this under. Oopsies. Leave the weapons real quick. System install. Say that and that. You can combine 14. You can actually, if you're really dedicated, you can combine 14 city overhauls per city. There was a Modlist author who used to do that actually. Bless their soul. If you are extremely determined, you absolutely can. I would never recommend that you do that, but you can. I don't know why you would, personally, but you know, to each their own. Blood Skull's covered. I hate that. Don't like that. Yeah. Actually, Amber. Amber. Oh, I do kind of like that. I don't know if I actually cover. Oh, it doesn't. You know, it doesn't cover Ancient Nord. It doesn't cover Daedric. Doesn't cover Ebony. Does cover Elven. Doesn't cover Glass. Does cover Iron. Doesn't cover Nordic. Does cover Orcish. Does cover Silver. Doesn't cover Stalrim. Does cover Steel. Doesn't cover Nord. Doesn't cover Dark. Doesn't cover Dawnbreaker. Doesn't cover Dragonfoot. Does Okay, now the most controversial part. I hate these Warhammers. Um, these Warhammers fucking suck. They look really ugly. I really dislike how tiny they are. I'm fine with every other change. The fantasy Warhammer is far superior to this fucking thing. So I'm not using the Warhammers. There. Stalrim. Fantasy Warhammer? Yeah, I agree 100%. Fantasy Warhammer looks infinitely better than realistic Warhammer. Fantasy Warhammer looks awesome, and realistic Warhammer looks ineffectual and lame. Strategic armors and weapons not have a believable weapons patch. Miscellaneous stuff, that's fine. Install this and then go. Remove Daedric Great Sword. Remove Daedric Sword. I think Refossilized has, yeah, already have the patch there. Don't care. Patches there. How this is? Oh yeah, that's packed. FNG Weeb. What does FNG mean? Okay, good. I don't have Warhammer Mesh in there. That would make me very sad. Alright, now the fun part of sorting these. Just have to go here. And refossilized. Let's get on there. Fire. There will be katanas. Get ultra weapons mod. No, probably not. I don't like these. These are goofy. Yeah, like the like there's fantasy and then there's this, right? It's fucking This is like a Dark Souls boss weapon, you know? It's not like it's not something you should be using. And also I need to find like animations that work for them and uh no. If I didn't use stances then like maybe. Um the issue is stances already restrict like stances already heavily restrict what movesets I have available. So I can't really I don't really want to do like 5 gazillion different weapon types that I can't like properly have animation stuff for. Because then at that point they're just like, oh, this is a great sword, but it's larger than the other great sword. And I don't like that. Like I would either do mini weapon types or I would do stances. And I can't do both, I don't think. Oh, let's see dungeons real quick. I hate how the alphabet goes UVW. It really bothers me that the alphabet goes UVW. I can't explain why, so don't ask. It just does. Also, there's a reason I'm skipping on all these patches in between this because I'm pretty sure they're also in the patch hubs, but I need to make sure. Holy shit, wait, I tab out for 1 second, I cover chat for 1 second, and I miss... Oh, never mind, I missed that much. W should be like double V, like the front, yeah. See? Yeah. See, you can't canon gets it. It kind of makes sense, right? Because it's U, and then V is basically U. And I'm pretty sure the reason V exists... wait, was it V or U? I don't remember if it's V or U. One of them has, like, a really weird, like, etymological origin. With, like, the way it started existing in words. But... Or maybe it was W. I don't know. It's one of the 3 letters has, like, a weird reason why it started existing into words because of the printing press. And some other shit. What's the changes so far in 4.0? I'm rebuilding the list from ground zero, so we'll see what the list of changes are when it's actually done. I am probably... It's a good question, actually. I'm probably like 40% of the way done with like the base rebuild. Changes everything. The list is being rebuilt. I don't know. I have some stuff I have planned. I made a post in the updates channel, the Apostasy updates channel, that has like a general roadmap of stuff I plan to do. Oh, it didn't alphabetize. Fuck my life. I wanted it to be alphabetized so bad. Bingus makes fun of me for wanting to order my stuff alphabetically. It makes me feel very sad. You guys don't know this, but Bingus like abuses me and bullies me a lot of the time. Um, just something to think about. Um, um, where was my lighting? Which one is this? The Robbers Gorge had the okay. Yeah, we are definitely going by. Definitely filling up the list at a rate. I did a lot yesterday, to be fair. I did a lot yesterday. think I unticked the wrong patch here. Oops. I did untick the wrong patch. Aha. You need to see the final version of it someday? Okay, well don't say it like that. I have a draft for resistant weaknesses posted. Unless you're meaning like you want to see how the mod development looks for it, in which case that's a different story. Okay, let's Orbis. Silent Moons. Fort Greymore. Voltage Stream needs one. Sunderstone needs one. Fort Dunstead need one. Let's patch up again. So which one of these didn't get it? Valheim. Swindlers is good. Silent Moods is good. Fort Graymore. Bleak Falls is good. Treat is good. That's good. I'll check the patch. Let's see if that was the right Bleak Falls version. Might not be the right version. Main idea or theme of your list. I make a list that's fun to play. It's a good question. I don't really have an answer to it. So I kind of just make what seems good. It should be the right version, I think. Let's go with the 20. Yeah, that should be the right version. I already made. Oh, I already. alphabetical. I can give a better answer than that, but the thing is, like, I have a general idea of how I want gameplay to go, and I have a general standard, I guess, for how I want the list to look, and what content I want in it. Um, so I don't know if there's like a theme. I'm not gonna lie and say like, oh, the list is like a medieval themed, ultra realistic, you know, shit like that. I have my own preferences that I want to build out, and I have. 1 second. Sorry, I was reading something. Um, like I don't know if there's like an overarching theme to the list in the way that like the list isn't trying to do anything specific outside of like the gameplay of the list is highly tailored to be like to try and blend the like modern combat approach a lot of people do with my desire to have a lot of like older school RPG elements and still maintain like the original um, build systems, or I guess a better like a still maintain a lot of the systems that the vanilla game has without just like completely forsaking them, which is what I feel like a lot of lists do that try to go the like modern route. Um, so I don't know, man. Oops, I fucked up my MO2. Oh, I crashed my MO2. That's fire. It's not even. Haze is a 4K texture, man. These need to look at this. I'll be right back. Change my laundry. this? Need a patch. Set ID. Um. Patches already exist for a lot of these. Yeah, they do. What's up, Roman? How you doing? Big progress indeed. Except I still have like no textures in, so the list still looks ugly as shit. Textures are kind of inconsequential, so a little bit maybe, but at the same time, yeah, doing textures last is like fine. I don't think it's suboptimal. I have CS in right now just because the profiler is better. Whether or not it will stay towards the end, I don't know yet. PBR is one of those things where... Am I stupid? There it is. It's not alphabetized, of course. PBR is one of those things where...
Come on in. Let me know if you need
It'll
or take a seat by the fire and
be interesting to deal with. I fucking typoed that. God damn it.
What troubles you, my son?
There we go. It's fine to me.
The way is dangerous, and the gate will not open. You shall not gain entry until next time.
Holy fuck. $30,000. $30,000. That's crazy. 30,000 draws. That's a record, actually. I don't think I've ever seen that many.
You know, this is one of a very few places.
How am
where
I
you
gonna
can
fix
receive
it?
a
I can't
real
see
education
anything in
the
here
schools of
because
magic.
I actually cannot see anything in here. That doesn't help.
Still no word from your family?
No, and I'm not expecting any.
Really? That must be so nice. I came all... way to Skyrim just to get away from
AO power
family's
radio.
expectations.
My family.
I don't think
didn't
that's gonna
really
do what I
approve
want,
of me
though.
coming here at all.
Oh, well that's awkward. Sorry to have brought it up.
What's the...
College is a bit of an oddity in Skyrim. Magic isn't something that's looked upon fondly here.
Okay, that kind of helps. So I need to figure out how to cut, like... Collision mesh on these stairs is bugged. Vanilla wireframe is so ass, man. I think I can cut a good amount out of that room.
You know, this is one of a very few places where you can receive a real education in the schools.
Fucking stairs, man. Oh, man. Yeah. Honestly.
Magic.
I'm curious. I'm gonna see it. Just for shits and giggles. Just to see it, you know? I want to see the library. Okay, not bad. 20.
I don't want to see you treating any of these books poorly. Are we clear?
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh.
Was the...
So the real question is, do I use JKs or do I use obscures? 'Cause I think I use obscures. That's ridiculous. That's like comical. That's comically bad. No, I don't need to patch obscures. I've already patched obscures like 5 times. I know it needs to be patched. Obscures is not that bad to deal with. Oh, I do like that JK makes changes to the midden. Yeah, we'll use JKs. I like that JK makes patches to the midden there. Also, it's new. Use it very often. Immersive COW? I don't like immersive COW. I really don't like some parts of iCal. I don't like the fuck ass stairs here. I don't like the Dwemer parts they use. I don't like, and oh yeah, that was the thing I really don't like about iCal. I don't like the exterior like courtyard. Obscured and Navmesh Nightmare? I mean, eh. Meh. You know, is anything really a nav mesh nightmare? Or is that just propaganda? Nav mesh can't hurt you if you don't think about it, you know? Where did this go? Where did this go? I don't care about the graves though. I hate when mods that should just be visual add a bunch of like random fuck ass features that I don't care about, that I then find out about because someone bug reports an issue with the feature, and it's like, okay. I wish I didn't know about that feature. Lux Orbis. Yeah, but like overhauls should stick to what they're doing, not like not add a bunch of unnecessary unwanted features for no reason besides the author thought it was a good flavor, you know? I mean, you know, you can do whatever you want, you're making the overhaul, but I don't like it. So that makes it bad. Why do I not have there? This. All mods should be designed to cater to my taste specifically, and any mod that does anything else is bad. Something like that, you know? That's probably a good way to live by it. Oh yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's like a difference of when you're building a curated list versus when you're building like a personal load order. The other Thrones overhaul. No, you want to link it? I don't actually know if you can link in this chat. You can try to link it, and we'll see if you can link stuff. I don't know if you can. I have never tried. You're just missing stuff. Leo PBR. I see what you're saying. Did it work? No. Unlucky. Did this one? I assume it's this one, 'cause it's the new one. Oh, actually, I think I did see this. I don't really like this one, to be honest. I think they're a bit over-designed, and I feel as though if I look at these in NIF scope, it will make me feel pain. So I'm not a big fan of these. I do actually remember looking at these back in January now. Birds are okay. Surprised this doesn't get NSFW flagged. Is my where is it? Fuck. Go past it? There it is. Nope, that's not what I was looking for. Actually, that'll bring me to what I'm looking for. Completely forgot. Look at that. This plugin can get yeeted because it's old. You only cut Indigo's quest in Indigo? No, because Indigo is a completely separate mod than Indigo. So I don't cut the quest because it's not a patch. Indigo's a completely separate follower mod. Get it to me. Fire. Just so you know, like, I read that. I read it in dev too, right before you typed it. So it's not that I'm not reading that. It's that I'm choosing to ignore that you typed that. Just so we're on the same page. I don't want you to think I'm ignoring you. Or sorry, I don't want you to think I'm bad at reading chat. Why do I read dev on stream? Because I have a vertical monitor, so I have my Discord and my OBS on my vertical monitor. You didn't even type out the full thing. You missed the funny part of it. Did you read the proof in general? No, I didn't, actually. Let's go read this. Okay. Was there actually someone arguing about it, or was it just Dova shitposting? Okay. That's no fun. I thought I was about to be excited. I thought there was gonna be like a big ChatGPT defender. Lame. I don't like how this version of Xedit compresses everything. It really bothers me that it compresses like all of this shit. I don't want it to compress. Was the post you made today about the drama you met? I don't remember what I talked about a few days ago. I don't think so though. I do not think it was about the same thing. Something AI mod. Oh no, no. That was about something entirely different. That was about me looking at a mod list and the description being written with AI. No. It was just me looking at a mod list page and the description like obviously being written with AI. It's good to rewrite SPID files or Skypatcher. Uh, I don't know, maybe. I used it the other day to rewrite like a bunch of markdown links to HTML format because I did not want to write because I did not want to redo like fucking 200 links that were formatted as that to what target equals blank. Shit, what's the last argument in HTML? Well, no opener, no ripper. Because if you can guess, doing this like 500 times would have been very annoying. So I did actually just ChatGPT that, but oh lick. Oh, buddy. How many plugins are in here? 729. Something tells me that it's gonna be an armor merge. Someone was in the Vagabond channels the other day trying to optimize their they posted like they were telling Lick to add these like lines to their innies that they had gotten off ChatGPT, and they just posted bullshit settings. And some of the settings are like stuff that like are just that are like useless, and the other stuff is like any settings that are deprecated since Fallout 3 and are only still around because it's the same engine that made Fallout 3. And it's like, oh my god. And then you want to argue about it? It's like, fuck, shut up. Hate you people. Oh, that's not the keyword I'm looking for. Where is the goddamn keyword I'm looking for? Clothing. Okay, it is clothing. Better face combat over. What? Oh. 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 I see what you're saying. I missed the context message above it. That's funny. That is funny. Save. Add. Save. Add. I feel like the best way to do this is get it's fine. This works decently enough for what I want. Be right back, 1 second. Car alarm is going off my parking lot. I was trying to make sure it wasn't mine. would you not template this? I fucking hate X-edit filters sometimes, man. Oh shit, there was one more thing I want to look at. No. Put it back up again. Really made these require thaumaturgy? Fuck. It's a later issue then. Can you not fucking... Oh, that's so annoying. Do it myself. Took away that feature. That blows. Please forward the fucking global correctly. I always forget what the actual command line is. That's what I'm forgetting. 14's Perryite. Yeah. Yes. 6. Curse try. That's a 0. Nope. It's just an issue with Excel. What's up, Creeper? It's going okay. Making a lot of progress. That was patching conditions and checking quest start levels to make sure they were consistent with what I want them to be. That is what that was. Landscaping. I did a bit earlier. For the most part, there's like a big I actually get this mod. There's a big set of patches I'll probably have to do for landscaping. I am holding off on doing so right now. I want to do it at the end once everything is kind of settled. Because otherwise it'll be a pain to do and then redo and then do again. And ABC. Use Ian Beer's CS. I have CS in right now just because it's the profiler is better on CS. I don't know what I'll use when it's done. I haven't made that decision yet. So we'll see when it's done. I see you noting things as packed into BSA. It means that I am packing the mod as a BSA. So by default, it'll be loose files. It means that I'm going back through and packing it so it's not loose files. The reason you do that is it saves a lot of space, and it's more efficient for loading stuff. When you play like an actual game, usually all of the files are packed into the archives. Like the vanilla game even does this, right? Like the vanilla game has, its BSAs here. It has, its BSAs for animation, its BSAs for its interface, and it has its BSAs for meshes, textures. Texture ones aren't here because they're elsewhere right now. When you play an actual game, like all this stuff is in archives, right? Because it's good for file loading, it's good for storage. A lot of mods don't pack their assets in BSAs, and sometimes it's valid and sometimes it's not. And here I'm just packing it because it will save. It just saves a lot of space. And really, that's it, right? And I'm just noting the mods I do it for so that I can keep track of which ones had it done to them. So in the case of, an update or something, I remember. Yeah, I mean, I imagine that's the standard way for 90% of people. You either just throw shit at a wall and see what works, or you download a pre-made list, right? CSS thing there. optimize textures, my ass. So I'll just throw you to read me from my list. This has a lot of instructions for it. Basically, though, you just kind of like load up what you want and then download. I mean, there's some like nuance to it, but yeah. I don't really get this mod. I saw this earlier. I don't understand what the actual point of this is, the actual benefit. Um, what is the file here? Oh, it's that. You can probably barely hear me because I'm like mumbling under my breath. So that's probably why you can barely hear me. Um, why is there an untarnished patch for? Sure, man. Um, I swear there was one thing I was looking for, but I don't know where it was. I wonder if this patch is Chanterelle. It doesn't patch some stuff I'd want it to patch. Probably because it would break it. I'll track this. I'll make a note of this. Um, It's not in... The quest to get him kind of slapped together last minute. I don't agree. I did not feel that way when I tested him. God damn. No, that sounds like Val. Sounds like you're thinking of the right mod. I don't know. I think it's fine. I think the rest of his questline's good. There's like one part I don't like with like some voice acting, but no, I mean, kind of makes sense. I understand that. Am I a fan of Extended Cut? I mean, I think it's pretty well done. It's better than like most quest mods by a good margin, so yeah, it's pretty good. Best follower by a mile is Zelzaz. I don't agree. I I I don't really like Zelzaz that much. I think if the author did the Argonian voice, it would be better, but he doesn't really do the Argonian voice, so it's a downgrade for me. Well, if they don't speak like Argonians, I would imagine they speak like Dunmer, and he speaks like neither, so... but also, I would assume yes, because I imagine that a component of the voice that Argonians do is like, um, anatomical. So, ah, why do you... Like, and I'm not saying that, like, if you make a follower mod and you voice it yourself, you have to be, like, 100%, you know, lore accurate to it. I just think that, like, you know, it takes me out, you know, it takes away the immersion for me if you make a follower like that, but then don't do the voice, you know? I've also just played with him, and I don't really like him that much. He's like lower on my list of followers that I like. I like Remy a lot. I like Gore. I like Ferris a bit. Um, I do agree with that. I even talked to Haid, the Gore author, about this at some point. I do think there's a problem with a lot of followers feeling more like main characters than the player character. Um, but, you know. Makara. I haven't messed around with Khajiit with Follow very much yet, so... Yeah, I agree, Shayo. I agree with that. Yeah, but the thing is Skyrim doesn't really have player choice, right? Like that's not a thing. That's not really a thing that exists in Skyrim. You don't really ever make a choice in this game, right? There's basically no actual point in the game whatsoever that you make a choice. No, there's like maybe 2 quests in the entire game where you actually get to make a choice. Um, let's see. There's Azura's Star. And the only outcome of that is the reward that you get. Um, there is Sinding, and the only outcome of that is the reward that you get. Uh, let's see, what else? What else is there in the vanilla game where you get to make a choice? You can choose to not progress the companions. Which isn't really a choice, it's just locking yourself out of a quest line. You can choose to not kill Parthenax, which in the vanilla game just locks you out of completing a quest line. But you're not actually making a choice there, right? Because you don't get to resolve the quest in Parthenax case. You just get a quest that you'll never finish on your journal. I don't think not killing Parthenax is a choice in the vanilla game as much as you're just choosing not to do a quest, which is a different thing from making a choice in game and your actions being reflected. You can take a side in the Civil War. You can destroy the Dark Brotherhood. There's no choice in the Thieves Guild. You can't decline to become a Nightingale. Actually, you might be able to, but then it just blocks you out of the rest of the quest. I don't remember if there might be a dialogue option to not become a Nightingale, and it just blocks you out of completing the quest line. They just tell you to like go think about it and then come back. I mean, these are all instances of like not really player choice, right? Like the Civil War and Destroy Dark Brotherhood are the two strongest indicators of player choice, because at least there's like Civil War actually changes the world, and there's some commentary stuff about it. Destroy Dark Brotherhood also isn't really a choice. I mean, it's a choice, but it's kind of like the same as Azura's and Persines, where all it's really doing is you're choosing a reward, except it's like, hey, you get some gold up front versus like not getting to do an entire quest line. I don't think that's like really a choice, right? I mean, it's a choice, but it's not like it's not a well designed choice. Parthenax isn't a choice because Parthenax quest only has one resolution in vanilla. Yeah, I mean that, yeah, D-Sauce, I think that's saying what I'm trying to say better, right? There's no story branches really in Skyrim, right? Like, even in the few cases that you make a choice, it doesn't actually affect anything because there's no, like, branching paths. There's one path that maybe at the end of the path, there's, like, option A, option B. And in 90% of cases, there's not option A, option B, there's just option A. And in the few where there is option A, option B, picking A over B or B over A doesn't actually matter. You can argue that not becoming a member of the circle is a choice, but it's not. It just makes it so you can't progress a quest line. You can argue that not killing Parthenax is a choice, but it's not. It just means you're not completing a quest. Right? I don't consider it a choice. Like it's not a choice for me to go to Riften, get harassed by Brynjolf, and then not join the Thieves Guild, you know? Like, that's not a choice. That's just me choosing to not do a quest. Or at least it's not a choice in the sense of, like, the developers didn't intentionally create a choice that the player had to make with regards of how to do a quest. No, I disagree. I think it's an issue that Bethesda games have. Morrowind didn't have this. But it's an issue that Oblivion and Skyrim have, and it is an issue that a lot of open world RPGs have developed since Skyrim, because Skyrim was so popular and such a cult like follow game that it frankly infected a lot of AAA games for like a very long time. I don't know, man. I don't like calling it choices because it doesn't feel like a choice to me. Maybe that's a me issue. Maybe that's just that. Maybe that's a me issue. I don't know. Yeah, but Taser, now you're talking about a good game and comparing it to a bad game. You know, it's unfair. It'd be like me saying, like, in Baldur's Gate 3, you know, there's like a gazillion branching story paths, right? Like, I can make a decision in Act 1, and it affects the game noticeably in Act 3. You know, it's not really the same thing, right? I genuinely think, and I might be wrong because I don't have like thousands of hours in Baldur's Gate, but I genuinely think one of the least impactful choices you can make in Baldur's Gate 3 that seems impactful but isn't, in the same way that a lot of choices in Skyrim might seem impactful but aren't, is the decision to not cleanse the Shadowed Lands. Because I think the only thing that does is make it so Halsin won't be a companion for you in Act 3. I don't think there's like any dialogue or any like meaningful changes to the world that happen if you choose not to cleanse the Shadowlands versus if you cleanse it, right? No, I disagree, DSauce. I don't think it's a fear on the developer side. I think it's a... I think it's an issue where doing stuff like this requires a lot of development time, effort, and paying writers, and producers, like studios, don't want to do that, right? They don't want to spend more money. They want to make a game that's algorithmically going to be successful. You know, they want to run the numbers on a game and be like, okay, based on our analysis, this game will perform this well. Yeah, I strongly disagree, Roman. I think Act 1 is like the worst act of Baldur's Gate 3. The only good part, by comparison to the other two acts, the only really good part of Act 1 is how well it introduces you to content. Because Act 1 is designed from a top-down point of view. Act 1 is designed very well to get you to like go through content and be introduced to certain story points and be introduced to certain enemy types and be introduced to certain difficulty ramps at well-timed points. But in terms of like the story, Act 2 is by far the best if you are reading all of the in-game lore, in my opinion. And I think the game falls off in I like Act 3, but I think the game falls off in Act 3 because there's so much shit to do in Act 3. Yeah, I just don't agree, Roman. Easy, maybe. I mean, difficulty is stupid, right? Like, I don't see the point in talking about difficulty in most games, because basically every single player game that exists is not difficult, right? The only single player games that exist that are difficult are Souls games, and even then that's very debatable depending on how experienced you are with the formula of those games, and like the nightmare difficulty shit in like Devil May Cry, like the difficulty modes where if you get hit once you die and you have to start it. But like that's not real difficulty to me, right? Like the game's not becoming more difficult because it's forcing you to interact with it more, really. It's just becoming more difficult because they're ramping amplifiers, right? No, I agree, Shea. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I agree. Act 2 has the best overall content. Act 3 has the best fights. I think that's fair. I don't know if I say Act 1 has the best atmosphere. Well, yeah, I would agree. Act 1 has the best atmosphere. BG3 from level 5 onwards is a baby show. I mean, Skyrim from level 1 onwards is a game made for babies and toddlers, right? Like, Bethesda games can be played on legendary difficulty or whatever the highest difficulty is. And it's you know, it's Act 2 has 0 evil content. That's just not true. That's just not true. As someone who's actively playing Embrace Dirge playthrough in Baldur's Gate before I started modding Skyrim again, like that's just actually wrong. Act 2 has like one of the most impactful evil choices of the entire game. It's not. Last Light is single-handedly like one of the most influential choices you make in the entire game. How you handle Last Light, how you choose to handle Last Light is probably the most impactful choice in the entire game, especially when it comes to increasing the difficulty. The hag content from Act 2 is cut, yeah. There's a lot of cut content in Baldur's Gate. I'm not disagreeing with that. From what I've heard, there's a lot of cut content in that game. Granted, Baldur's Gate has like way more content than almost any game I've ever played. So like I understand the need to having to cut content eventually, because otherwise the game was just never gonna release. Right? Like that's an inevitability of working on a game that has like a 1,000, 10,000, 100,000 branching story path points, right? But to say Act 2 has no evil content is wrong. The game actually becomes infinitely more difficult in Act 2 if you take the evil path. Because certain NPCs will show up in fights that they were not intended... Well, certain NPCs will show up in fights that they aren't normally going to be in, which increases the difficulty a lot, especially in Honor mode. Because Karnas is a fucking asshole. And also you lose the Night Song, which is like I mean, she kind of sucks ass, like kind of useless, but like, yeah, Act 2 is definitely has evil content. It might actually have like the most meaningful decisions to be made about how you deal with evil content, right? Because there's Act 1, which has a good amount of like good evil choices, but really Act 1 is one good evil choice, and it's the goblins or the druids. Like that's your one evil choice in Act 1. Act 2 has a major evil choice, which is how you deal with Last Light, and that affects, frankly, way more than the goblins and druid affected. Outside of the fact that if you side with goblins, then you lose like a fuckload of content down the line. And Act 3, the only evil choices that I can think of are Dirge versus Orin, and how you deal with that, and Netherbrain, and how you decide to end the game. And both of those are, in my opinion, less meaningful of choices than Last Light, because they have a lot less effects on the actual content you engage with. I agree with Taser. You're not cut out of the Hag quest if you play the evil route. You gain one companion on the evil route and you lose like 3. If you actually play the evil route like start to finish, you lose 3 companions and gain 1. Actually, sorry, wait. You lose 5 companions and gain 1. Yeah, you can show. I've run the numbers too. Like there's I didn't play the older Baldur's Gate games, so Saravok being there is pointless. You don't sacrifice one, kill another. If you go evil, you lose Halsin, you lose Jaheira, you lose Minsk, you lose Will, and you lose Karlach. 2 will leave. Gale will potentially leave if you fail a dialogue check. Halsin will be dead. Jaheira will be dead. Minsk will be dead. So you lose 5 to 6 companions and you gain Minthara. Alternatively, you do the unintended, maybe intended route of knocking Minthara out in Act 1, not siding with goblins, and you can get every companion in the game. Not really sure if that one was intended or not. Obviously, it was patched around, but... No... You don't... No. You don't have to sacrifice any companion for Buol. You can get that bonus without sacrificing a companion. Yeah, that's what I meant, Shayo. I didn't think it was something that was like in the original game, like an intended path. It was just something that they added in because, like, the Halcyon romance stuff isn't intended. It was added in because people were really horny on beta. Yeah, I mean, you can sacrifice a companion for Buol as a choice, but you don't have to. You can get that bonus / endgame buff without sacrificing a companion. But you will, if you go evil, lose. It doesn't suck. It's okay. I mean, it's like, if you're going an evil playthrough and you need stuff for the endgame fight, it's like, it's one of the better ones, I think. Yeah, I mean, I've gotten the hair and broke the wand like every single playthrough. Like every playthrough I've done, I've gotten the hair and broke the wand. It doesn't block you out of doing the Act 3 Hag quest. Granted, it does change the Hag survivors in Act 3. I know Hag 3 Act 3 Hag content was kind of cut. Yeah, sure, Roman. A lot of the content in Act 2 is reliant on you doing the good route in Act 1 and continuing to do the good route in Act 2. I agree with that. But there is an evil choice you can make in Act 2, which is extremely impactful on the game, right? You can still do the gnomes without sight. You can still do the dark iron. No, wait, what the fuck are they called? Whatever, you can still do the gnomes without being good. You can do the gnomes on an evil route. You can kill Barkus and still do the gnomes questline. Barkus is Iron Hand, thank you. Yeah. Dark Iron is fucking wow. That's stupid. Not really. Barkus, all Barkus really does as an Iron Hand questline is he's a guide, right? Like he guides you to do shit. And then releases when I stop arguing about Baldur's Gate. Not really. I don't know. I think it's silly to say that BG3 has no evil content in Act 2. I think it's very silly to say that. Will I change the death ult? I mean, I'll probably tweak it a bit. I'm not going to get rid of it. The game is made for a good playthrough and it's empty without... I strongly disagree. I think to have that takeaway, you either tried to play an evil playthrough as Tav, or you just didn't engage with the game. I think the game... I think... Much better recent CRPG games. That's a crazy take. There's like maybe one. There's like maybe one. Dirge is meant for an evil playthrough, okay, but it's also like Dirge is also literally the good playthrough of Dirge is better than like 90% of games. Like, Resist Dirge is one of the best gaming experiences I've had in the last, like, 10 years. Souls-like Respawn is better? I don't care. I literally do not care. It is inconsequential to me that there is an opinion that there's a better mod. I do not care. I don't agree either. I think Souls-like Respawn has some like very obvious issues with it that make me not want to use it. I need to finish Divinity 2, man. I played like 14. I downloaded Divinity 2, played like 14 hours of it, got stuck, and then I didn't play it for like several months, so then I uninstalled it. I don't remember what I got stuck on. I think I just was trying to like brute force content that I couldn't do. I think if you try to do an evil playthrough as Tav, you can maybe come to the conclusion that like it kind of sucks. That like the game is made first and foremost for that the game is made first and foremost for a good playthrough. But I think that like if you play Tav, and I say this as someone who's never played Tav and does not plan to ever do a Tav playthrough, I don't understand why you'd play Tav. You lose so much content playing Tav because you lose all of the origin content that you would get otherwise by playing any other character. If you want to play your own character and you want to play the game, play fucking Dirge. You know, like you lose so much content playing Tav. The only justification I can see for saying Wrath of the Righteous is that it's Pathfinder based, I'm pretty sure. Which I think is a stupid argument. If you want to play for content, you play a good guy. No, I disagree. Yeah, I think Embrace Dirge has just as good of content as Resist Dirge does. There is less content if you play Embrace Dirge than Resist Dirge, and that's fair. You can make that point. I do not think the content is worse. I do not think quantity of content is how you should measure how good a game is. I think quality of content matters more. This is the most fun. I love arguing, man. I love debating. It's my favorite pastime. Act 3 is dog shit by that measure. I don't agree. I don't agree. I think Act 3 is like... I don't think the writing's bad. I mean, you're entitled to that opinion. I don't agree with it. I think that... I mean, I had no nostalgia for Baldur's Gate 3 because I didn't play any of the old Baldur's Gate games, so I don't know, man. Sheo, I think the issue is, if I remember correctly, and I haven't played the old Baldur's Gate games, so I've only read this in like post Hawk. but from my understanding, Saravok becoming good, or I guess like his ball spawn arc is like dependent on your choices in the second game, right? So when you have a game that has multiple endings and multiple player choices, um, you have to, and you want to reuse those characters, you have to choose a canon ending for them. I've heard the same like general complaints about Viconia in Act 3, about how like, oh well, Viconia had like such a like near good guy ending that you could get for her in the previous game, so why is she evil now? And it's like, okay, that's cool and all, but there has to be a canon ending in a game like this, and they chose a canon ending. Minsk, yeah, Minsk is weird. My issues with Minsk are that I mean I've like barely played with Minsk because you get him at like, I got him like towards the end of Act 3 when I actually finished the game. On the playthrough that I've actually finished the game, I got him like towards the end of Act 3, and at that point I was just like, no chance that he was going to be used at any point in my, in my playthrough. Um, no, I didn't. I think I played one of the like early BG3 betas for like 5 minutes and then shut it off because it was I had to click to move, and that pissed me off at the time. Um, and I think that it's insane to say that it's I think it's wild to say that the original betas are better than the final game, when the final game was like not finished. That's crazy. There was like some stuff they took out of the tutorial level or something. Like, is that the justification for it being better than the final? Every campaign. Okay, I will say that I have heard that due to feedback, they ruined Will. I also think I have complained in the Discord, if people have seen my BG3 ramblings, my biggest issue with Will is Will never makes a fucking choice. You have to make all of Will's choices for him. To the point where I actually think the only like way to have a good experience with Will is you probably have to do an Origin playthrough with him. Shadow Art is the main companion. Yeah, I mean, that's like, I don't really care, frankly. um, I like, yeah, I don't care, honestly. It doesn't bother me that two companions have like way more content than every other companion and matter significantly more in the overall story than every other companion. Um, because I think it's mostly resolved in Act 3. Uh, because for the first two acts, Shadowheart and Lae'zel have way more content than every other companion. Gale doesn't get his big content piece until Act 3. Will doesn't get his big content piece until Act 3. Karlach never really gets hers, I think. Like, yeah, Karlach doesn't really get hers at all, which is kind of shitty, I guess. I don't really care though. I don't care. Um Alson was never intended to be, yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't think there's a lot of good arguments here, I guess. I, I by what metric, Roman? by like faithfulness to 5e, like how well they implement the systems, by how well they tell a story. Because I would say that that's the more important part of a 5e campaign, right? Is how good the story is. And how much choice you're given. And I think Baldur's Gate excels at that. So Wrath is much better. I haven't played it. Yeah, I don't know. Alright, well, it's 6 o'clock. I gotta make food, so it's a good stopping point for now. Next stream will, I don't know, a few days probably. So, thanks everyone for watching, tuning in. Yeah.